Hello, and welcome to everyone that joined from the premiere. If you are joining from the premiere, you're probably a bit confused as to how we're now post Moonlord. Basically, just there's a few other streams in between the last episode and this stream, and those are currently being edited into a full video. But we basically ended the last stream with the killing of Moonlord, so we're very right at the start of post Moonlord, I guess. And I'm thinking I may go grab all of the planetoids, but I need a better pickaxe for that, so let's get some luminite from Moonlord. And which pickaxe do I have the most shards of? And I'm going to use Stardust for the Rod of Discord upgrade. Usually Vortex is the one I have most of, but it looks like in this case it's Solar, so let's go with that. Let's make it rain just some bit faster. There's one. People really use ore excavator on this and think that that's a normal thing to do. And say that mining speed isn't important. You likely won't need much of this, to be honest, because I'm not going to have to make any armor. Would I recommend you start out in Vanilla or Calamity? Well, if you wait a few days, you can then play the new Vanilla update. That comes out on the 27th, so I would recommend that, to be honest. And then after you've played through the Vanilla update, you can wait another few days or weeks or whenever to when the next Calamity update is coming out. That would be my recommendation. Right, let's maybe just do these two at spawn, and then if I need more I can always go out later and do them. Yeah, there's a new Calamity update coming out. They said in either February or, well, either January or February, but I'm assuming at this point it's going to be February. I don't think there's much new content added. It's mostly just reworks, because this is not the Sunken Sea overhaul. However, it's all of the reworks that were planned to be part of the Sunken Sea overhaul, just as a separate update. So there's still going to be a lot of new things to experience, just not necessarily new items. No release date on the Sunken Sea update, no. I am not sure when we'll be getting that. Probably another few months, I imagine. Wait, what was that block there? Oh, I think it is just flesh blocks, but they have the occasional purple and green bit. Right, actually, what can we do with Exodium clusters? I don't think much until post-Poltergast, but we can definitely get the Normality Relocator. Normality? No, Normality. Okay, and then... oh, I need to change my mouse mode. Yeah, now I can teleport with that instead of having to use the item in my inventory. Okay, anything else from Exodium clusters? Those are all equipables. That is post what's his name? Dog. That's all post Poltergast. This I think is all post Dog or post Poltergast. Okay, so nothing there. We need to use Luminite instead then. And I think first things first, we should try the summons. So can I make the Elemental Axe? I can make the Elemental Axe. Can I make the Flowers of Mortality? I can make the Flowers of Mortality. Okay, need to compare these two to our current summons. And also Tactical Plague Engine, but I need to take down Plaguebringer again. Lunar Kanai, they do home in this. Hell's Sun I also want to try because I don't know how long they stay out, but it could be another bit of extra damage. Plague Tainted Engine I think should be the best minion aside from Flowers of Mortality being limited. Yeah, I need to check Flowers of Mortality against Elemental Axe for 3 minion slots, and then I need to take down Plaguebringer again to get the Fuel Cell bundle. What I do need to get is the Super Radiant Slaughterer. Okay, 15 cogs. I think the... Yeah, here you are. An extra one for luck, I guess. You can I only home in sometimes. Interesting. I have no idea why they would do it that way. Okay, that is another dash accessory. Well, not accessory, a dash item, I guess. Dash weapon. Could make Onyx Chain Blaster. I think Prideful Hunter's Planar Ripper is usually pretty good as well. I think every time I test things out, this ends up being best. I wonder if the movement speed actually works with a mount. Flowers are better than the other two, but Engine is better than Axe for single target. Ah, the sprites 2 can I and only the blue ones home. Okay. could make any of these, really. Question is, do I even need our main weapon, or am I just going to be using my dash all the time from the Stygian shield? Let's test single target DPS then. Flowers of Mortality deal around 1600. Well, probably 1500 on average, I imagine. And that takes up 3 slots. This is around 1000. Okay. So yeah, flowers are just going to be best. Although Elemental Axe might be good against many segments, I guess. But we'll keep both as options. Probably not going to use Celebration, probably not going to use Terragrim, and probably not going to use Last Prism. The other thing to check is, does this work? The dash doesn't work if you're mounted. It does deal a lot of damage. Fly around using that, and then when I need to dash, I can do that. The problem is the dash cooldown. The dash is really good, but the cooldown is not. It's really more like a last case, if nothing else works. To use the dash from that. Something like Stormweaver or Providence, the Disseminator is pretty good with Hyperia's bullets, as they are so big that extra projectiles can actually hit. Okay. I may try Super Radiant Slaughter for now. I mean, my damage with all my sentries is going to be really high against Plaguebringer anyway. But do I maybe want to try the Shredder? Because I know the Shredder is good. Not Shredder. Prideful Hunter's Planar Ripper. So Uzi and P90. The dash isn't even a ram. That's not good at all. I think this is also best with musket balls, which is rare for weapons. Okay, I think I'm ready to give Plaguebringer another try. I say another try as if I haven't beaten it already. let's do this. Now let's go up here. These two. Okay, so also those two and this. Okay, it's going to not accept that it's raining then. Gets that out again. I suppose I could right click with that, then spawn it. It'll deal extra damage. Don't even know what hit me there. Yeah, you need to test things out, since no damage boost really means that most numbers are off by a lot in what works and what doesn't, since defense and DR have way bigger impact on your end damage. Yeah. This is true. Could also use Eye Magnus to start the fight. Melt it. Okay, hopefully it drops what we want. It did not drop what I want, I don't think. None of these are materials either, so yeah, let's go sell most of them. Or the ones that aren't materials. Pestilent Defiler is. So keep that. I guess we just go again then. Yeah, I want the summon from him, that's what I'm doing this for. Oh, looks like it, not the actual thing. Just stop getting greedy with damage and just try and dash between those. Here is good. go home before I open it this time, so I can actually sell as I go through it. Did it go in my thingy? No, not got any space in there. Defiler is for Rubico Prime, which sadly isn't very good because of it being pretty bad in usability. I see. Not very usable because of its usability. One of those. Let's do that, that, and that. Come on. Ah, there we go. Tactical, not tainted. Oh, I need to get the wall of flesh down again a few times, I guess. Shoots a 10-round burst, blocking you from using anything else for that burst, and each shot has a pretty long delay between them. Okay, yeah, not going to be worth it then. Oh, Clothier wants to come with me. Nice. Another one where I probably should have teleported home before opening that. Suppose I could go for some of the whatchamacallit instead of staying here. Yeah, if I do this in actual hell, I can get the new crafting material, the unholy essence stuff. That is if any enemies spawn. I could also just head back and open this. Ah, there we go. Chronomancer's Scythe, I did see when I was researching this run, but I can't imagine that it will speed me up when mounted. That's the only issue. Okay, it's maybe time to put these on. Okay, knockback is so annoying in this. My god. Okay, we got what we wanted anyway. I think for the weapon that I wanted, which is the Hellsun, I need 20 of that, so I will need to go back. Yeah, the homing is a thing to still look at, I'd say. Okay, I can have a look at it. Chronomancer's Scythe requires a fast clock and an icicle. I've been getting rid of everything of those. That seems like a lot of work to get. See, the fact that this shoots bullets, if I could speak properly, from my inventory means that it's only going to work particularly well if I have good bullets in my inventory. How is it with Hyperius? It's okay. Wait, it's dealing crits. Is it supposed to be dealing crits? I wonder if it's like incorrectly counting it as range damage or something. There is also unholy bullets, I think. Or holy bullets, holy fire bullets, yeah. But those do need exploding bullets, which I don't have either of the stuff for. Holy fire bullets have iframe issues. Ah. That is not good to hear. Although I wonder, would one of these be good for dealing debuffs? splits from Hyperius can deal crits. Ah, okay. I guess there's also Luminite bullets. Although they don't deal that much damage. I wonder if that's also got iframe issues. Also try Dryad's Tears, okay. I think Flowers of Mortality is still just better in general. I think unless there's a weird type of bullet that I'm not thinking of, Flowers of Mortality is just going to be better. I just need to get my musket pitch back though. I think this will miss less because they home, and they also do a 200 damage debuff, which is pretty nice. Flowers has a problem of them not being able to keep up with the boss because of slow projectile speeds. Yeah, but with the next few bosses, I'm going to be fighting them in a reasonably enclosed area. Like, I'm not going to be doing a runway strategy with them, I don't think. Speaking of, do I maybe want to just go into Dragon Folly straight away? I think Dragon Folly is a better bet over the Guardians, because Dragon Folly will give me more items to use against the Guardians than the Guardians will against whatchamacallit, Dragon Folly. Let's get rid of some of my graves though. The fact that this is all jungle is also quite helpful for Dragon Folly. Because I don't think it enrages on the surface anymore. Yeah, just enrages outside jungle. I'm kind of assuming that everyone else considers Dragon Folly and Guardians to be on the same tier. Because that just seems to make sense for me. It's your first time finding out Dragon Folly can enrage at all. Yeah, you gotta be careful, because it does get significantly faster when it enrages. Also, having specifically Wither Blossoms plus a Star Spawn Helix Staff is good for post Moonlord, because a boss inflicted with Plague or Astral Infection deals 5% less contact damage, and those do stack. Honestly though, I should be avoiding contact damage anyway. If I'm getting hit with contact damage, I'm failing in other reasons, you know? I think an extra like 300 damage per second is worth it over that. A lot of my damage is coming from my summons. Yeah, I think in a playthrough where my damage is coming from weapons more so than summons, that would make a lot of sense. Because I don't have much defense to stop contact damage from being really deadly. But I don't have a lot of defense and I don't have a lot of damage. And I think damage has got to take precedent over 10% damage reduction for specifically contact damage. Maybe for specific bosses like Old Duke, you have a point, yeah. But I guess to the point where, like, is it better to take 10% less contact damage or end the fight 10% quicker? And I think most of the time it's better to end the fight 10% quicker. Whether that's actually the numbers that are relevant here, I'm not sure. Blinking, we went from Ravager to Moonlord. Yeah, it's the last stream was pretty quick, to be honest, to go through quite a few bosses. Like 2 streams took us from Golem to here. I think Ravager first. As long as everyone agrees that Ravager and Profane Guardians are on the same tier. Which I'm pretty sure is, like, kind of universally thought. Yeah, you can't be going having a life for a day, that's just not gonna work around here. Oh, not Ravager. Dragon Folly. I don't know why I'm saying Ravager. Okay, let's put down my damage dealers. Why are you here? Can I buy something that prevents those from the, whatchamacallit, right? Definitely going to be a dash-a-thon for this, I think. Okay, I think better dodging. Dash from the start rather than trying to use another weapon, and that could work. How long does this last? Oh, also, it wasn't raining for a lot of that, I think. Although rain doesn't matter when I'm not using my mount. Which also means less damage when I'm not using my mount, though. That's the problem. Let's stop this being an issue. Playing tag with local sparrows, exactly. What I should do is get Hell Sun, because that could deal quite a bit extra damage, I think. In fact, if I just go back here and then do this, that's better, yeah. I think the following cards are similar to how Dread Nautilus and Queen Slime are both pre-mech, but nobody really cares to try and order them. Yeah, that's kind of my thinking as well. I suppose I also need to craft the Guardian Summon, so... Okay. Hell's Sun. Let's test how long these shoot out for. A fair amount of time. And they deal up to 20 damage, or 20 shots, so this could work. Seems to be about as long as the rainbow is. Yeah, there's a lot of hearts there that I kind of want to keep for later. I should get a reforge on that, since I can. It's a premature teleport. I'm using Stygian Shield for this, so I can shoot out that, shoot out that, shoot out those, and then give it a try. Yeah, I might need to switch to a mount for certain parts of this fight. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to switch to mounts in between each dash. Which means rain as well, please. Problem now appears to be that there's too many damage dealing things from me that I can't see the dragon spawn. It's so hard to actually see things here. I wonder if Sanctified Spark would help that. Or maybe just not having the rainbows out. I mean, if he doesn't spawn any of his minions, I think it goes pretty well. Okay, 50%. Rainbow is literally over half your damage, just so you know. Yeah, Sanctified Spark can spawn pre-Providence, right? Because I think Sanctified Spark is pretty similar in DPS. But it's significantly easier to see during it. Because you're at night. What's it to do with night? Let's get away from this thing. Somewhere a bit more open, please. Yeah, Rainbow is definitely the best at shorter range. It's just that if I can't see anything, then it's not going to be too good. But you have to hit those for them to actually target them. Yeah, Guidelight to Oblivion I'm pretty sure is post-Providence as well. But actually not that much better than these options are. Suppose I could also farm these at the Hallowed, that might be a bit easier than in Hell. Can't see because you're in dark time. I don't know, I think I can't see because there's too many projectiles. It may also be time to retire the Crystal Flame Sentry because that will also be impacting my ability to see and won't be contributing as much damage. Plaguebringer stopped helping noticeably after Golem, so yeah, most likely. Probably the Nimbus Rods too. It's just extra things to set up at the start of each fight. I mean, how much damage do these do? 49, it's not bad. I should test their DPS against some dummies. Just to see under perfect conditions that it's going to contribute like 100 DPS or something. And that's not taking defense and damage reduction into account either. Is there absolutely anything else that Unholy Essence makes? At least that isn't post-Providence. Flask of Holy Flames may actually be good. It may be better than Crumbling. At least for Dragon Folly. The next two bosses after that are immune to Holy Flames, but not Dragon Folly. Yeah, Rune of course I'll get though. I think I don't need to craft that, I'm just going to get it from Providence. I severely doubt percentage defense is less valuable in this on debuff. Well, Bone Reaper and I were doing some calculations the other day about this, and Crumbling isn't as helpful as you would think. Because it basically just multiplies damage reduction by 0.92. So it helps against mobs that have got a lot of damage reduction, but against ones that are like 10 or 15% is generally not that big a DPS increase at lower damage numbers. And yeah, I guess 113 damage, 205 damage is maybe higher damage numbers than is necessary to make it useful, but yeah, I need to check Holy Flames. Yeah, Crumbling is better if you have high base damage, basically. And then Ichor is better if you have low base damage. Although I don't know if they contribute 100 DPS worth. Okay, what I'm going to do is go to the Hallowed and do this, because it's going to be so much quicker, I think. I've already got a Shadow Candle here, so I can just come in and do this. One here, one here. And hope I don't die. Dragon Folly is only 10% DR, but Stygian Shield deals like 1000 damage per dash. Yeah, that's the kind of level where it's unclear. Get a lot of Scorneers. Oh my god. At least if I ever want to use ammo that uses this, I'll be able to get it no problem. Although, it sounds like the bullets have got iframe issues, and I doubt that the arrows are going to be much better. I also don't know what bows I would use at this point, to be honest. Although if any guns just transform bullets into their own thing, I think these are the highest damage bullets I could get at this point. Got donut. I wonder where in the calcs Spiteful is, since it's definitely after the other calcs. That's to do with how much defense it is. I think that's like the literal last part of the formula. Everything comes off before Spiteful does. I feel like you should have it by now. The arrows are really good. Okay. I guess the question is if I'll be able to use weapons or if I'm just going to have to keep using mobility weapons. Oh, hallowed key. Don't need that. Oh, come on, where is Sanctified Spark? Definitely can drop, right? It's a 0.67 chance, I'm pretty sure, so it should have dropped by now on average. Oh, my Zen potion went in there, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we can keep Zen on. No real harm. We've at least got the fast clock for if we do want to make the Chronomancer's Scythe. Oh, you're going to drop it? Oh, maybe not. Come on, something, please drop it. Let me feel the Desmos. There's surprisingly a lot of things in Terraria that you could use Desmos for. We got Slime Staff before the 6.7% chance. Yeah, I remember using Desmos to figure out the best times to use crit and damage. And basically, the best times to use Well, you use damage up to the point that you compensate for defense, and then you use crit after that. So if your weapon deals 100 damage and the boss has 10 defense, you need 5% more damage than you have crit for optimal damage. And if you're dealing 100 damage and the boss has 20 defense, you need 10% more damage than you have crit to optimize damage. Does this like only drop under a certain condition or something? Nope, there we go. Let's keep my slime staff. Okay, yeah, let's not go Nimbus Rod and thingy. Let's just put down 2 of them. Let's put down the rainbow, put down these, and then let's give it a go. I mean, it's still pretty busy on the projectiles. Oh, why did it not let me teleport? Why wouldn't it let me teleport? Okay, Flask of Holy Flames. I could make it. I reckon it might be worth it. Let's not even put the rainbow down. I feel like the rainbow may not be worth it either. But these are, because these deal, I think, around 40,000 damage over their lifetime. I didn't even get my minions out there. Let's start with my minions and all that out first this time. I hate clicking on the buffs and then not getting my dash. Okay, let's go over here for the laser, and then back. And then let's have that spawn directly on us. I guess we're now on this side. I'm assuming that I can't just, like, outrun this, right? Not vertically, anyway. No, I've not got enough verticality. think I have to just stick with this and hope that eventually I can take it down. Although, is this dealing so much more damage that it's just worth using, even though it's using a lot of space here? I mean, yeah, it's dealing a lot more damage, I think. Yeah, when it's close by, god damn, that damage is high. God, he's so fast. He has a 2 to 3k difference, because that is pretty high. Like, why has he spawned all his minions at the start there? I feel like minions should only ever be spawned at a certain part of the fight, so that way it's at least consistent. Like up close, and it's probably worse from any kind of distance, but for this fight it seems worth it. Crystal also being AoE helps with the minions a bit. I don't think Super Radiant Slaughterer is adding anything. Rainbow maybe is. There's just as good chance it's contributing iframes issues than actually contributing damage. Mainframe could work for this. I don't know if it's necessary though. I think we'll let the rainbow despawn. Let's maybe test out how much damage this does. Okay, so it needs to be a lot closer to the target to actually deal damage. Let's wait for them to despawn. Not a crazy... well, it's like 1000 DPS. Yeah, mainframe is for hooks only. And yes, it is definitely a pain to make. Right, so I think, yeah, all the additional damage boosts are maybe just getting in the way, and I should just try it with my minions and my sentries. Yep, see, there's minions instantly. I don't want to switch to different weapons. I think I'm going to need to stick with just the shield for this. I think if I use any other weapons, I'm just going to end up dying. That just, like, how fast do the Draconic Swarmers move? Have I tried other summons? No, I could try Tactical Plague Engine again, I guess. What bullet were we thinking for that? What bullets have I got? I do think Nimbus right in the middle stacked might be worth it because the minions can take knockback, so having a wall of tick damage might help with them. Okay, okay. What do we think? Hyperius bullets for this? Yeah, we'll make more Hyperius bullets. Although I'm going to need to get more cryonic bars soon. Could just shimmer. Although no, this isn't part of the shimmer chain anymore, is it? Well, not anymore. It's not part of the shimmer chain at all. Okay, let's hope that's enough. In fact, I'll leave 10 because it's mostly used in stacks of 5 there. Although there's a good chance this is just worse for being able to see things on screen. Okay, I can see significantly easier. I'm just thinking the bullet's in the wrong place. Yeah, Elemental Axe is another option. I do have that made. Right, let's use these with the right bullets to start though. Yeah, I did have the musket pouch on at the start, whereas I've swapped it now. I wonder if Luminite bullets would make some sense for this, because then they could hit both the Draconic Swarmers and Dragon Folly, if they're lined up, that is. I suppose Dryad's Tears would also do that. Arc of the Elements has a parry and dash system. It's not very good because it's got like a long cooldown if you miss a parry. Let's keep trying this. Oh, already got the Draconic Swarm, was brilliant. Okay, I think part of the issue is knockback. I wonder if minion knockback is actually going to be useful with this. Or if some of the alcohols that increase knockback could be helpful. Broken Biome Blade Dash is too inconsistent for this, right? Yeah, I think so. Right, let's try Elemental Axe because that will hit multiple things at once as well. Dashed into straight away, that's always fun. And then let me guess. Oh no, I thought we would get minions straight away as well. The Draconic Swarmers just dash so weirdly. Like, it's like their speed changes depending on how far away you are. And if you're too far away, they will just teleport onto you almost. Wait, we're onto Draconic Swarms already. Okay, the axe deals a lot of damage when there's multiple of them. So I think that will get through the things much quicker. Anything that gets rid of the swarmers quicker is good. Running in a straight line doesn't seem to work well for this one. Okay. Why did the swarmers respawn so fast? They respawn randomly, so I could get an entire fight without swarmers, I think. Or I could get swarmers on every attack. And there's no consistency. Maybe I try and avoid the boss rather than damaging it by like ramming into it and stuff. Nope, that doesn't work either. He's having so much trouble with Swarmer's death mode is probably easier. This is death mode. Yeah, the acceleration calc they are running to speed up to you could very well be getting messed up with Stygian Shield somehow, since I can't remember them ever teleporting on me during my time. Well, it'll probably also be because they do get affected by knockback, and I'm just not dealing enough knockback to counteract that. I really don't know what minion's best though. Maybe ignore the swarmers as much as you can. It's easier said than done. They like to catch up to you and cause problems. He's about to spawn more, isn't he? Yep. Is your asphalt runway jungle too, since you could try just running and then dashing in only one direction as needed? Could try that. I think I'm just as fast on the thingy though, as I am with asphalt and the hexed branch. I think Shrimpy Truffle during rain is just as fast. Ah! Clicked on the solar flare pickaxe. Am I remembering right? And Stygian Shield can frame through projectiles as well. Can it? Actually, if swarmers from last attack already exist, then no more swarmers will spawn. That's useful to know. However, I still don't know how I use that. I think it's now no longer rainy. Can I just run away for most of it? I think running away maybe worked for a while. My minions are in the Inferno Potion, yeah. Does this have a higher range, maybe? Because the problem there was he was off screen for most of the attempt, and therefore these weren't dealing much damage. Whereas if I do like this and this and then try it. How did I take damage there? Hearts. Okay, they do seem to stick on him. I think this could be the strategy. I mean, I'm not doing much damage unless he comes through this section here. Looks like I can dodge through projectiles to not take damage. This is just an endurance game at this point. Because I'm dealing like 1000 DPS. Okay, I wonder, does Elemental Axe have a good range, or does Tactical Plague Engine have the best range at this stage? And if so, is there any bullets I can use that will give me more damage? Swarmers don't spawn if you're far enough, it seems. Yeah, it seems that's the case. The shield is insanely overpowered. Imagine actually having a summon set up and having a dodge and such and having full iframes on demand. Yeah, plus you would have like wings and dashes and well, it does make you unable to dash through normal dashes. Profaned bullets have the best damage, no. Yeah, but they apparently have iframe issues. Is Luminite the best? And why is Luminite not shown here? Oh, it is. It's just, it looks different than I'm used to. So that's like 900 DPS. That's like 1000 DPS. It's bubonic. Still like 900. And then Dry's Tears was pretty much the same as everything else, right? Yeah, Dry's Tears are pretty much the same. I've got Normality Relocator. Flash rounds, the AoE is percentage based. That could work. Although it's only 6 damage, so I imagine. Hey, it's actually seemingly better than other options. Although I'm also curious what the range is on the Elemental Axe. Seemingly pretty high. Now if I'm pretty sure that's despawned now. Yeah. Could flash rounds hit more too, so more stun locking? Well, with the strategy we're doing, I don't think we're getting whatchamacallits anyway. If 36 damage gets through the defense in DR, then that might be good. It probably won't. What are the other summoned weapons available at this stage? Not many, I imagine. I think these are like the 3 main options. Percentage of the weapon's damage, not enemy's health. Yeah, well, how much is percentage of the damage here? Those are all of them. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I guess the actual damage numbers don't mean much when you're dealing 230, 220 damage per shot. It is more about the on-hit effects. Let's also maybe go back to Crumbling for a bit and see if that helps at all. Flash rounds do 15% damage 2 times. I doubt that it will get through the defense much. I guess let's put these both here so that they're at least in range. Yeah, I've got these. Okay, do I just go for it? I guess. So shoot this out. Need to make it raining. Annoyingly, if I remount too quickly after the Stygian dash, it doesn't let me mount. And it also seems to give me knockback even if I don't hit anything, which is kind of annoying. heal, but I'm gonna save it because I can out heal this, I think. Especially with some hearts helping. Easy now though. Oh, I was so close to getting adrenaline there. Does the fight change much after this? It'd be great if I didn't have to do that. Five seconds is way too long, sadly. Let's try Flowers or the Elemental Axe, see if that sticks on him as much. Okay, the damage is just awful. You can put the tier instead of the pickaxe to do it without opening inventory. That's true, yeah. You could also do it instead of the bow, because I'm not really using that. I might actually try and use planar during this, although that's with flash rounds, so it's not going to be as good. I do have to say it's annoying that if I am just on top of these platforms with the Shrimpy Truffle, I am so slow. Maybe Chlorophyte bullets, you're not sure if the engines are missing at high speeds. Could be. it's just appeared on top of me. That's not very fair, I would say. And then I clicked off my screen. Right, let's try Chlorophyte then. If not Chlorophyte, then Hyperius were the next best, right? Does that slowdown happen on hammered platforms? We can try that out over here, I guess. I don't think so. It's also hard to tell when it is happening and when it's not. Either way, I'm not hammering all those platforms. It doesn't seem to happen on hammered platforms. I maybe just need to be careful to press space every now and then. I think my damage is about the same. Oh, doesn't spawn swarmers in the last 40%? Interesting. I don't know if it was just a fluke that it didn't spawn swarmers before anyway, because it seems to be spawning swarmers now. Right, let's go back to Hyperius, because I think they were dealing about as much damage, if not more. Keep it at range until phase 3. I guess I can place this down as well now that I'm not all in one area. And this. These. And it's already no longer raining. I dashed right through him there. That is absolute bullshit. That one was fair. So I'm dead. need to stop coming off of my screen. Did you swap candles? It would look like I accidentally swapped candles, yeah. Oops. Also, I don't know if having the Crimson Effigy here is actually helping much. I can outheal that. Let's try and get him back to here for the adrenaline. Gonna try to get back to the sentries and such, but not lucky enough. Yeah, are the Hyperius bullets actually hitting that much? Yeah, the candle swap was accidental. I think I must have just right-clicked when I was here. Do you have a max HP life buffs available? Life Force, Blood Orange, and Miracle Fruit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. Should have Life Force in here. Yeah. That is all taken care of. Right, let's... was Chlorophyte better, or was Hyperius better? There's only 4 damage in it. No, 6 damage in it. So 10% through the fight, and I'm probably going to die soon. Hex Branch is no faster here. And I get an extra 15% speed boost, or 15% damage boost with the Shrimp Truffle. And also Verticality that I don't get with the Hex Branch. Yeah, this is more than doable with this strategy. I don't do things like that. It's just a long fight. Because at around 1000 DPS, it would take 360 seconds, which is 6 minutes, right? You're not really intended to fight Aureus, not Aureus, Dragon Folly for 6 minutes. Eee. We got there. Okay. Yeah, turns out the Stygian Shield is OP. Right, extra rage damage, which is nice. And equipable, which is not. Golden Eagle, I think, is one of the best drops from that, right? And Gilded Proboscis might be okay. Although it's true melee, so most likely not. Okay, that uses so much mana. Not worth it. At least I've got some effulgent feathers now without having to farm them. Right, how's this damage? Let's compare like for like, I guess, and get rid of the tactical plague engine. So this is around 3,600. Well, it keeps going up. This is around 4k DPS, I would say. And let's say I want to use Chlorophyte with the Golden Eagle. It's similar, it's similar. Nah, it's like 25% worse. Although, yeah, the better Reforge wouldn't do too much for it. I suppose the 20% speed would help a lot. Thing is, I'm probably not going to be using actual weapons for the next two bosses. Okay, that was a 4-minute fight. It's not too bad. Oh, this is the mount, right? Oh, I actually might want to farm him a few times. Yeah, I think I want to farm that a few times to get the mount. I'm not using Blue Ascend these days. I'm not using Shadow Potions. The mount doesn't have infinite flight. No, but it might be better in other respects. It also doesn't have 15% extra damage, which this does. So it is on the back foot to start with. I'm intentionally not using any of the quality of life features from Fargo's other than the, what do you call it? Infinite potions in the piggy bank. Or not even the piggy bank in my case, just the void bag. Are my minions out at the moment? I don't think I've got minions out. Yeah. Of course that one rogue projectile would hit me. Okay, we do have a mini Dragon Folly, which I've gotten rid of. Mount has a lower top speed than Fishron Mount in Rain. Ah. I want to try it at least, because how many other playthroughs do you actually use mounts in? Like, it feels like this is the only one where mounts will be at all viable. So you don't exactly see people use the post-Moonlord mounts in anything other than something like this, I guess. Whoa. It's going really well until then. Okay. Flight time is 10 seconds. 72 horizontal is nice. It may be good for certain bosses that I can't fight with Rain. Like all the dungeon ones I'm not going to be able to fight with Rain. The Cygnus I'm not going to be able to fight with Rain. So I think there's potential for some niche bosses that it'll work well on. I wonder if this minion works with the whatchamacallit, ammo, the bloodstone ammo that gives you health on hit. That'd be quite crazy if so. Let's move getting back to the damage zone before using this adrenaline, if possible. So it doesn't work with the HP boost on its regen. Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking before, to be honest. Let's get back to the damage now that it's in the third phase. If I can survive that long. Yeah, boosted regen is still nice, even if it's not as good as HP on hit. Mount is good for sickness and that's about it. Hey, that's better than nothing. I need to stop clicking off my screen. It's because I'm like flicking this shield around to try and avoid taking damage, which I'm not doing too well, it seems. Some hearts should help. Oh. Could also make bubble water columns in the dungeon. I could. Part of it is just curiosity with how the mount is, though. course it does that as soon as I start the fight. Really not a great start when it stops raining as soon as I start. Also gives you more space and isn't hard to set up either. How does it give me more space? Sentries are down. Just be aware of that for the third phase. It's absolutely crazy how you can actually just dash through projectiles with this. It just feels wrong. Doesn't help that I'm really bad with it, but even when I'm bad with it, it still somehow is better than like half the alternatives. Oh, damn it. Did not mean to do that. So we need another Zarg and another Omniscience. Although I'm not using Omniscience all that much. Oh, and battle, it seems. Arc of the Elements is pretty bad for movement at this stage. cashed through that. Just trying to save the adrenaline for getting back here, but seems that did not work. Annoyingly, I did end up getting folly feeds. And I'm probably dead then. Unless my minions can take them out, which they almost definitely can't. I think the best PvG weapon is better than Arc in mid to close up. That's quite surprising, but also not at all. I need to get more red wine soon. Goddamn folly feeds. Cool astral tunes to be scrapped too. Yeah, exactly. Especially when the eventual thing isn't probably going to be that worth it. Yeah, Arc is not worth the complexity, that makes a lot of sense. It has like 10 different modes of attack almost. Something like that. Yep, just dash straight after my dash, straight into me. That's fun. Need to forget that just because he's firing out those doesn't mean it's the final phase where he doesn't spawn the folly feed things. But it is getting close. After adrenaline, maybe. Just getting a little too fast on the dashes. Oh, I'm dead. I've ruined that, I think. Yep. Alright, I got a phone call right at the end of that attempt, so let me phone that person back. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. I probably also need to pause in another like 5 minutes as well. Yeah, I'm considering that I may be better coming back to Dragon Folly later, because I don't need the mount for anything right now. Right, but I do need the Unholy Core. Or what do you use to spawn? Whatchamacallit? Is it the Shard? Profane Shard? That's it. Oh, I'm also forgetting there's all the new upgrades from the Necroplasm stuff in the dungeon. What can I make with Necroplasm? I can make Phantom Heart. Oh no, that's post Poltergeist. Yeah, I don't know if any of this is actually available yet, other than Eldritch Soul Artifact. I guess Supreme Mana Potions would be, but they're not worthwhile. Yeah, I need more red wine. Which means more grapes. Oh, they actually cost a lot. Did not realise how much they cost. Especially when I didn't use that many of them. Okay, now the question is, do they don't enrage outside of the Hallowed, right? So I should be able to spawn them here without too much issue. So I think this counts as both Hallowed and Jungle, because they don't overlap, or they don't cancel each other out. And as long as they're on the surface, they won't enrage. That or just do it in help, but then I can't get the speed. Sea Dragon is available and might be good if you somehow don't need the shields, or like Providence. Is Sea Dragon not post... yeah, that's post the Stormweaver. Is Hell Providence easier than Surface Providence? I think it's mostly the same, but in this scenario, it's going to be definitely much easier to do the surface versions because I get the boost of rain. Which, aside from the movement boost, is also 15% damage, which, when I have so few damage boosts, is actually worth quite a lot. Hopefully the Guardians are just really easy. I think with the Shrimpy Truffle, everything should be dodgeable. And I might actually be able to use a gun as well. And that gun will probably be this, which means best damage from minions is going to be Flowers of Mortality. Surface indeed does have more room, which is never a bad thing. Underworld has the better drop for now. Neither of the drops are actually useful for me because they're both accessories. It's either wings that I can't wear or a shield that I can't wear. That's the two options. Could probably actually see from this where any graves are. Oh, I've missed one grave up there, and I think that's it. It's going to annoy me if I don't get that grave up there. Is that it? No, there are another couple, actually. All on this layer. Part of me is delaying because I know I'm going to go have to answer the door in a second, so... There definitely wasn't anything else from Dragon Folly that I needed, right? Sword Explosion's just bad damage, right? And the Guardians drop these relics, which... Oh, it's only for the last relic. Yeah, the lunging spear attack might be decent. I need to see how that compares to the Stygian shield. Right, that's the door. I'll be back in a second. Alright, I am back. Let's see how this goes. Need to go down to here. You gonna let me use it? I can use it here, okay. Okay, need to get rid of the healer first. Okay, healer phase is definitely doable, it looks like. And might even get an adrenaline. Oh, that was a little cagey. And the turning was not ideal. The minion shots are not keeping up though. That's definitely an issue. Okay, I'm now in the sky. Interesting. Okay, so I need to swap my minions and maybe get a piercing weapon to go through those rocks. Because those rocks from the defender are pretty annoying, it seems. And do absorb quite a bit of my damage. Defender phase is the one most unvertical. Okay, I can try that. Is there a better weapon though? Would this, with maybe Hyperius bullets work well? Illuminate bullets would work quite well, yeah. But I think they might have... No, I don't think they do have iframe issues, do they? Okay, my damage is a lot higher now. Although not when the rain is inconsistent. I need consistent rain if this is going to work. Verticality here, although vertically is slower for me. Good. At least it got healed. Okay, into the last phase. I thought I could get in between those. How we got through them on Legendary, get fixed by a kill healer, then use Asteroid Staff to hit the commander behind the defender until he dies. In defender phase, all you need to do is dodge slightly up and down. It's ridiculously safe. Interesting. So yeah, I think Golden Eagle is going quite well. Better than Baseball Hunter, right? Maybe not? It's hard to tell if it's all them hitting or not. Because this is like 4000 DPS. It just doesn't pierce at all. It goes up to like 5000 DPS, god damn. It's just hard to tell without stacking like multiple of these, but then you can't tell if it's piercing damage or not. Alright, let's try it again with this. Don't know why I went here and here. Okay, we're now into nighttime, and it has also stopped raining for a second, so. I'm definitely going to die because this is nighttime, so I don't know why I'm even bothering. Unless I just somehow do it during nighttime. Who knows? It's possible. Suppose I could also use the this on it as well. Although without being able to swap fast enough, it's probably not worth it. Dead, please. Okay, onto the defender. Okay, last phase. Time to turn round. Or just time to get killed. Holy Fire bullets would help get through the healer and commander faster, but switch to Illuminate for the defender. Apparently there's issues with iframes when it comes to those though. Let's try axe, and then I can use the endless musket pouch without having to worry about it. So I think the single target damage of this is higher. Maybe? The issue is that it doesn't pierce. I think piercing may be quite important for this part, because otherwise I'm just hitting those rocks, which is doing absolutely nothing, unless I just get the commander just now. Just aim at the commander even though he's got huge defense. It's about to go down, I think. Heal back. Oh, it's so hard to dodge those without wings. I think I maybe need to switch to the Stygian shield for that part. I do think Golden Eagle works better though, so let's go with that. He's hit straight away. Yeah, this damage is higher for sure. Oh, I just went right into that. Okay, let's try that but better. Would maybe also help to have all my sentries and stuff set up here where my heart statues are. Even though I can't summon it here. Oh, I'm out of Illuminate bullets. That's really sad. Means we're gonna have to use these ones even though they're worse. Man, that goes through bullets so fast. Okay, these are still decent against single targets, so it might actually be okay. It's just those rocks absorb so much of it. Damn. Okay, I need more Illuminate bullets. I'm surprised we went through those so quickly. Oh, I've not got my this potion on. It would usually stop them from dashing into me for at least a while. Oh, it's nighttime. Oh no. I'm screwed. Yep. Yeah, my guns have no ammo reservation, you're right. I do have the ammo box. Well, I have access to the ammo box. I just need to actually place it down. Let's do a blood rain. Not a blood rain, a blood moon. Up here. I think at the moment all we're going to get is werewolves. So we'll go to the next night and then do it there instead. Check your void bag first. You already have ammo pots. Do I? Oh, I do, yeah. Let's skip this part then. Oh well, I will need these for other stuff as well. Although I only got 22. I am surprised by that. $22 indeed. Okay, Tesla potion. Don't need to go this far along. Here is good. I was about to say, where's the healer? He's hiding behind the other two. Okay, that's significantly slowed the fight down, most likely. Oh, I think I'm getting the inconsistent speed at the moment because it's not quite raining. That speed felt very inconsistent. So this is the attempt. Maybe it's not the attempt. I keep trying to go over them there. I wonder if that's even possible or helpful if I do. Pretty sure I did it before. I forgot to test the potions again. Yep, just explode into dust as I go through you. Great. How's the defender still at 18% health? What is going on? My damage in the third phase is just so bad. That did use about 800 bullets as well. Okay, I can go up and over them. And then one burst of adrenaline is mostly enough to get through that phase. There goes like most of my health in 2 hits in the space of like 3 seconds. And then the rest of my health in the next 5. When this thing charges at you, just drop the mount and dodge the attack maybe. That could sometimes work. It just destroys my maneuverability though. So phase 1 is absolutely fine. Phase 2 is mostly fine. It's phase 3 that I've got the issue with, I think. I've also only got to phase 3 a couple of times, so it's possible that I just need to get better at it by practicing more. That dust. I think what I need to stop doing with this phase is trying to keep it near my damaging bits. And then for this phase I need to just trust in my summons. Ah, brilliant. A shot right at the start that I cannot do anything to avoid. I could have avoided that one, to be fair. It's probably also going to turn night before the end of this one, so that's going to be awful. Especially if I'm playing like this. So close to an adrenaline there, and then, yeah, that happens. It was going to turn night anyway. Yeah, I would say this is harder than Wolfless Low Percent, from what I've seen. Hard part about Wolfless Low Percent is the pre-Wolf part. Everything after that is probably easier. Well, not the pre-Wolf part, it's the fact that you have... This is probably the first boss, and then after that everything gets easier. Whereas with this, things get harder because you're supposed to have a lot more than 38 defense right now. Okay, I need more bullets. Anything with good piercing is good. Yeah, the Illuminate bullets are probably my best bet. And I think Golden Eagle is the highest damage at the moment. From what I have available. Can't hard to shoot that out, I guess. Oh, I'm so surprised I didn't get hit there. No idea how. Yep, you just go straight through my Tesla potion that's supposed to slow you down. So annoying. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid rails. I'll use player mobility options for the most part. Okay, yep, that's brilliant. I bet Providence is going to be a breeze after this. Honestly, she might be. I think you need less mobility for Providence than you do Guardians. outrun it until it gets to this bit. I unclicked the dash before that happened, I swear to God. Let's get the world's most pointless sentries out. Oh, and I'm slowed down because it's no longer raining. Ideal. I'm not going to heal for that because I can mostly no-hit this first phase. Should I say mostly consistently no-hit this first phase. Okay. Maybe use Stygian Shield for Commander. I think so. The problem is that damage is non-existent when I do that. I need to remember it that I teleport more often. The second guardian, should I say? Okay, and now I could just try. I could just try dodging with this, but it is going to make it very hard to deal damage. Damage is probably worth it for the damage that I dealt. Oh, I keep mounting when I get off of the dash, and it doesn't like keep me on the mount. Like if I dash and then too quickly press the dash mount, it like kicks me off the mount. I need to get better at the timing on that. Oh, I did get this. This is pretty bad, right? It does, like, nothing. Let's give myself the best amount of time possible. Yeah, Ranger is most viable. Melee can also be viable and Spam Rogue sometimes. But it's very, very difficult for Mage or Summon to be viable in this, because they just require gear so much more so than the other classes. Can I get an adrenaline off before he hits me? Yes, just. Okay, I think worth it for the damage. And now I just let the shield do the work. To hope that my minions can hit it. If I can lead it into my sentries every now and then, that would be great as well, just for a little bit of extra damage. I think that dealt an extra 1% damage there. I think if I can delay it long enough, this could work. I just need to survive while my minions do like 600 DPS. Each time we go past the sentries, I do deal about 10%, maybe, if I'm lucky. It's just a slow fight. Oh no. I was worried for a second because it stopped raining, but it looks like we're done. Nice, nice. And I got the Relic of Convergence. It does heal me for some life. Does it slow me down on a mount? It does, yeah. Quite considerably. However, during Providence Star phase, I don't deal much damage anyway, so I might use it during that. Very useful for dog. This deals 20% damage to Providence, so I'm not going to use it against her. Yeah, I didn't get the spear one, unless it dropped somewhere. I don't know where I killed the second one. Let's just check the arena. Yeah, Deliverance maybe would have been the best one to get because it's the mobility focused one. It dropped from Commander. Ah, I thought it was the second one that it dropped from. Never mind. Okay, do we have to just go straight into Providence then? There's not much else we can do. Let's set up the Heart Station for her. Ironically, I have a feeling Providence could be easier. I would say could be. I have no idea. Let's give myself a full day though. Okay, she's already in that phase. Damage could be better. Could be quite a bit better actually. This is pretty bad damage. I think for this stage. Although usually you get a lot more damage from your accessories and all that than I'm getting. Shredder's better, or Planar Ripper. About the same. Yeah, use Heal Relic during cocoons. I can do. Let's go with Flowers of Mortality for this one. Because I think I want to use Planar Ripper for damage. Unless there's something better for Providence. What's the best Providence weapon. That phase might actually be easier with mounts than it is with wings. Stellar Contempt, so let's have a look at that. I don't know if that will be any better. I think part of the problem is just that my damage from whatchamacallit is so low. My damage buffs. Also, why has the music stopped? Let's get that going again. Clockwork Bow's decent, I guess. Could make that. So 49 extra cogs. That'll be why I kept one cog from earlier, should I say. Right, and then I think the best arrows are the Elysian arrows, right? 22 compared to Venom's 25, I guess. And I think the only thing that matters for that is damage. Venom are also a lot easier to make. There we go. Okay, we can try these. This might work better because it'll be less affected by defense. Let's see how it does. So it does around 8,000 DPS, but that's hard to tell because the DPS figures don't update as much as it should when it's a slow weapon like this. It's also a harder one to use compared to this, which is just point and shoot. Yeah, is a burst of 8,000 to 11,000 damage better than consistent 4,000? I don't know. Although defense will be less affected by it, which is good. Don't think I need Stygian Shield for most of this. Clockwork Homes, that's true. It is harder to use though because you have to like load it and then release. Although it might actually be viable during her cocoon phase because of the such high damage. We can try it. Probably would have been worth keeping for the damage rather than going for the Relic of Convergence or whatever it's called. Yeah, I think the homing is too weak. I think Planar Hunter Ripper is a bit easier to use. Requires less thought. Also may be worth hitting her with the Eye of Magnus at the start of fight. And every now and then. Nice bit of adrenaline there. Oh, badly timed rage. At least I still had a heal for it, actually. Oh, yep. Should have been teleported there. Gotta make sure I get my tiny buffs that matter literally nothing. I didn't realise how much damage would be an issue for Providence. I think that's the main problem here. Especially when it comes to the Brothers phase. Not the Brothers phase, the Guardians phase. I don't know how I'm going to deal with that. Defense is definitely part of the issue. She's got a lot of defense, it seems. Ah, tried to teleport but misclicked. Tanky boss is troublesome with low damage, who would have thought? Is Betsy's Wrath worth using? Does Calamity change Betsy's Wrath? Let me check if Calamity changes that at all. I don't know if it does. If it doesn't nerf it, then that could be viable. Apocalypse probably isn't worth it. We could make the Chronomancer's Scythe. Although it's magic. Yeah, I think getting mana involved is just going to be confusing. So I guess what's the best non-mana weapon? Devastation might be good. Can I make the Catastrophe Claymore? I can. And can I make the Devastation? I can. Let's see how this does against a target dummy. Try Plaguekeeper. I will try that in a minute, yeah. Okay, this is maybe worse damage then. Although it does inflict crumbling, which maybe would help. But even with the true melee hits, I think this is going to be worse than Planar Ripper. Harder to aim as well, because you can only really aim on screen. Right, Plaguekeeper is best. I've sold all the beekeepers I've had over all this time. Right, I guess we're going back to killing Queen Bee again. Yeah, let's just kill her a few times and then I don't have to worry about opening the bags here. Super Radiant Slaughterer, at least for movement, was disappointing, yeah. Although, for damage it could be good. I haven't really tried it for damage. Yeah, this is pretty good, I guess. And it is homing. Problem is, that is a lot of low damage things, which is going to be reduced by defense. Like, that's dealing 70 damage from crits. Let's get Super Radiant Slaughterer back to have a look. This might deal better damage against Providence than it shows. You can spam super reading. Oh, okay. Doesn't deal much damage though. But yeah, with the right click, this is actually really good. Okay, yeah. Never mind, I think we found our weapon. Okay, let's get rid of our chlorophyte bullets. Put the wrong thing away. Keep our venom arrows in case we want to use... No, we're not going to use clockwork bow. We've already decided against that. Elemental axe. We're not going to use... Okay, I think we can go with that. And most of our damage is going to come from the Super Radiant Slaughter, if I remember to use it properly. Although, let's get my sentries down again. Okay, the damage is definitely higher, and I'm not even using Caustic Tear. Okay, that was good damage. I just need to get better at also not taking damage while doing that, because it takes quite a lot of concentration to use that weapon correctly. need the health. So many machine sounds, straight on would be proud. Yeah. That is a difficult weapon to use while trying not to get hit, I have to say. When you use the Slaughterer's alt fire, always have a saw charge, since both the hover one and the one it is circling get boosted massively. Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, Lunar Portal Staff is good. I used that against Dog in my Sentries Only video, which was quite fun. It'd be great if it stopped being in the way once it was that stage. But I just can't see anything when it's out during that stage. to get the Dryad's Blessing. It'd be hard to continue to get it, I think. I think what would also help actually quite a lot is Aether Monoliths. Aether Monoliths would help a lot. Relic kills me more than it helps. I don't know. How far do I want to go along? Probably only 3 needed in this direction. The issue might be height. The relic gives about 17 per second, insane. Yeah, that's a pretty good amount, I think. Let's do one more. Let's go to the end. I think I'm actually dying more from not using the relic than by using it, if that makes any sense. I can try not using it this time. Should also be a lot easier with the ability to see projectiles better. No hit me there. let's try that again without the death. Yeah, I think I just die anyway when I get hit with the stars. Like, I don't think it's the Relic Convergence that's doing it. I think it's just the fact that I'm bad at that phase. Help, but with the Aether Monoliths I can't actually see when I'm taking, or when I'm getting outside of Providence's range there. So I'm not quite fast enough for that. I'm just going to need to teleport out next time. Oh, I teleported and then they just went straight into me. I still think this is possible. It's just maybe going to take a while. Oh, I also ran out of rain, it seems. That does not help. Can't see the border when I'm in the Aether Monolith. That's really annoying. That might make the Aether Monolith not worth using, but it's just much better when I'm not in that phase. I tried Celestial Reaper from the Bandit. I have not. I also need to get my refund from the Bandit, actually. Oh, this is just bad. I think. I guess when a lot are thrown out. Okay, yeah, that could actually be good. And I don't have shadow potions at the moment. We can try that. It takes a while to get the damage, I guess. Yeah, it lingers, but whether it is enough to deal more damage, I'm not sure. It's simpler. That's better, I think. Because at the moment, I think a lot of the reason we're dying is because we're trying to get more damage than trying to dodge. Okay, I think against Providence it's not going to do enough damage. Yeah. I've not tried Chronomancer, but that will have to use mana as well. Maybe I'll try Plaguekeeper for an attempt. Oh yeah, let's put my money away. I think Plague Reaper is going to get destroyed by the defense and DR. But it is incredibly easy to use, I will say. Okay, we're only at 30% and I feel like I've been fighting for a while. Could also use that during that phase actually. And if I think I'm going to get hit by something, just dash through it. You think the reason rogue weapons are bad is because rogue has the highest damage boost from accessories and armor. That makes sense, yeah. I'm leaning towards Super Radiant Slaughter, even though it's harder to use. It just deals so much more damage than any other option. Remember to use the Crimson Rod. I should, yeah. I should maybe just keep trying to use the Stygian Shield during that phase instead of Relic of Deliverance. I think it stopped raining. Nope, still raining. I wonder if it's just slowing down. Remember when Time Saw can be pumped out fast so you can get like 4 out of its peak? How do you mean? Like, if it hits that saw, does it deal more damage? I wonder, would Witch's Broom be better because it has a smaller hitbox? I would miss out on 15% damage though, and some speed. But 25% smaller hitbox is maybe worth it. I'm willing to give it a try. Because if this is fast enough, then it could be better. Yeah, mounts do affect hitbox size, sadly. I wonder if Aether Monolith was the move. I wonder if any of this was the move. Accidentally clicked off the page. Okay, I didn't seem to be able to move very fast there. I don't know why. Could have just been knockback, I guess. Yeah, I think turning off the Aether Monoliths might be the move because I can't actually see the edge of that shader when it's on. I am using alcohols, yeah. I think I've got red wine, vodka, and purple haze. You can just disable background. I don't like to do that. It looks bad. That's the last one, right? Yeah. Red wine doesn't count towards alcohol poisoning. I wonder if it only counts for like the 15 seconds that you have the debuff though. Like it does count, just not as long as the others do. I could also use this. These away and that away. What was I thinking of getting there? Yeah, I also don't want shadow potions. Yeah, I was going to swap those. And then I probably also need to make it a fresh day. Right. I'm probably not going to do too many more attempts. The knockback from one of them hit me into the other. Just through that. Is it really throwing if I die at 50% health, or is it just me being bad? I so want to get this done today, but I also can't go for much longer. Maybe not using Inferno and Tesla potions could help with visibility during the start attack. I mean, Inferno potions are almost definitely not helpful anymore, but Tesla are, because they slow down things that come into them. That's a lot less visual noise though, I have to say. over. Oh, I just teleported the wrong way. Ah. The dash from Slaughterer is not being used, no. It doesn't work when I'm on a mount. That's the furthest we've got. And I think it showed that it is possible. You just have to play, like, perfectly to get there. That was like 3 adrenalines or something. Oh, it literally hadn't spawned when I'd pressed the teleport key. That is so annoying. Oh, I don't know if I could have got through there. I think that gap was just too small to squeeze through with the mount. Also doesn't help that it stopped draining. That never helps. That's really annoying. Right, how many attempts are we on? We're on 32 attempts, so we're not as bad as I thought, to be honest. Oh, I tried to teleport, but my timer must have still been on. I just need one lucky attempt. That's all I need. I'm getting better at it, that's for sure. You'd rather share 20% of the boss's HP or have some damage reduction on a hit. Yeah, I mean it is like what, 60% damage reduction on hit, so it's pretty good. But at the same time, 20% boss HP is probably worth more. That is harsh. I'm dead. That's so annoying. That is closest, I think, probably by far. The fact that we're getting closer each time means I think it's possible. I'm now just getting greedy with damage. Yeah. Okay, I am going to leave it there, and the next time I come on, I'll probably end up doing it first time or something. But thank you all very much for watching. Some good progress made today. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye.